His Honor, the Speaker.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for giving us another day. We ask your blessing upon our nation. Bless the work of the members of this House. May they work diligently to bring about solutions to the pressing issues of these times. Bless all men and women across our country, especially those who work in the service of others. Today we offer special prayers for the police, teachers, medical personnel, and members of our civil service. May all that is done this day be for your greater honor and glory. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Earth as it is. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
We doing private members? This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, 21st April 2026 to be deferred. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Announcements by Your Honor, the Speaker. Messages from His Excellency the President. Petitions, papers, government notices.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the Maritime Areas Jurisdiction and Rights Bill 2026. I also beg to give notice of the Seafarers Bill 2026.
Private members' business, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Maritime Areas Jurisdiction and Rights Bill 2026 and the Seafarers Bill 2026.
The question is that the aforementioned bills be read here first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Immigration Bill 2026 and the Barbados Citizenship Bill 2026.
The question is that the aforementioned bills be read here first time. All the honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Congratulatory and obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing order be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir.
Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 4, in the name of the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs and Information, to move the second reading of the Immigration Bill 2026.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that order number 4 and number 5 be debated as a cognate debate.
The question is that order number 4 and 5 be debated as a cognate debate, given the fact that they are inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Orders number 4 and 5 will be debated as a cognate debate.
Mr. Speaker, the Immigration Bill 2026 and the Barbados Citizenship Bill 2026 are before this House. And I want to say from the outset, sir, that as a result of the general election, it is customary that all bills or matters on the order of paper that have not been concluded when the House is dissolved, that those bills will die. The bills before the House today are in identical terms as the Immigration Bill 2025 and the Barbados Citizenship Bill 2025 that have come back to this House without any changes or amendments. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that the House committed those bills to the Joint Select Committee on Governance. That committee met on a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker, and was able to take reports and comments from members of the general public as it related to the bills that were before the Standing Committee of Parliament. A number of institutions would have submitted reports, and stakeholders and members from the general public. However, the work of that committee ground to a halt on the dissolution of Parliament. The government is committed to bring back those bills, and that is what we are doing here today. Sir, Barbados stands at a critical juncture. We are at a crossroad period in which we have an aging population and we are not replenishing our population. For the first time in our history, we are witnessing a situation where our births are being outstripped by deaths. We have seen population decline. Fertility is in a sustained decline. And we have outward migration impacting upon the trajectory for population growth. And if this is left unchecked, Mr. Speaker, this shrinking and aging population, it would undermine the productivity that we have understood to be a Barbadian way of life, a standard of living that we have become accustomed to over many, many decades. This shrinking and aging population, Mr. Speaker, threatens to undermine long-term GDP growth, our capacity to fund our pensions, our capacity to be able to deliver on our social services, and also all the other services that the government provides. Mr. Speaker, if I may become even more graphic, when we look at the historical demographic trends for Barbados over the last 60, 70 years, in the 1940s, the statistics show that the population was 192,580. By 1960, that grew to 232,820. By 1970, the population of Barbados moved to 238,100. By 1980, it grew to 244,228. By 1990, it grew again to 260,491,000. At the turn of the century, in 2000, the Barbados population, Mr. Speaker, was 268,792. In 2010, 277,821 persons. But in 2021, we saw a decline for the first time from that growth from the 1940s. In 2021, the population dipped, sir, to 269,090 persons. It is evident, sir, that the population has shifted from a steady growth in the mid-20th century to a decline in the 21st century. This erosion of the productive population threatens the nation's competitiveness, Mr. Speaker. It limits our ability to attract investment and be able to make good on all of the things that we want to say attracts people to Barbados. Without urgent action, Mr. Speaker, these trends will continue, and it would undermine the country's output. We have growth targets set in the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program 2026. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central in the budget a couple of weeks ago would have outlined the government's strategies in order to meet the targets set out in BERT 2026. We have, as a government, therefore, committed ourselves to look at the system under which our immigration department is organized through the law and how people are able to gain citizenship and the other status that are set out in both the Immigration Act and the Barbados Citizenship Act. The bills before the Chamber today, sir, provides that legislative framework to strengthen the nation's competitive edge in the global marketplace, which is key, sir, in attracting valuable human capital, also attracting investment, which also can promote innovation by the use of the introduction of technology from people who come to set up businesses here, to make Barbados a place where they can establish businesses within this region. Barbados becomes a leader to attract investment of a kind and a nature in this era that other countries in the region and even in the wider hemisphere are not attracting. But these legislative reforms, Mr. Speaker, are intended to modernize our immigration system. And what you will see, particularly in our immigration legislation in the bill, sir, is that we have concretized our regional commitments that we have made through the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and the arrangements to allow for the free movement of Caribbean people from some countries, and also aligns Barbados's economic relationships under the Economic Partnership Agreement with Europe. So you will see that these bills commit to an alignment of Barbados's regional integration and global engagement to reinforce our status as a responsible, forward-looking member of the international community. So I've set the context and the background. Barbados is experiencing a sustained and a well-documented population decline. The 2021 population and housing census confirms the demographic data. And if I may just say anecdotally, Mr. Speaker, on Monday I happened to be at the Holy Innocent Primary School in St. Thomas to do a presentation. And one thing that I left there with was the stark reality that in the reception class at that school, there are 2 students in that year group. There are primary schools in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, which have no children in some age groups or some age cohorts. 2 children in reception at the Holy Innocent Primary School. Sir, the median age in Barbados rose from 37.3 in 2010 to 42.5 in 2021, while our population fell by 8,731 persons, reflecting both a rapid aging and overall contraction in the number of people. Sir, we can see that the shift is intensifying demands on pensions, healthcare, and social services as our population gets older, but the working base of people to drive the economy is getting smaller. Since 2016, sir, births have steadily declined while deaths have consistently outnumbered them. In 2022, Barbados recorded 2,156 births against 3,338 deaths. By 2024, sir, births fell to 1,995 compared to 3,088 deaths. So between 2021 and 2024, the total population of Barbados decreased from 269,090 to an estimated 263,476 people. As I said, this underscores an accelerating natural decline. So this shrinking and aging population, Mr. Speaker, has to be addressed. It threatens the stability of the workforce in Barbados. It threatens the ability for us to pursue the means to achieve the economic growth targets. And it threatens the fiscal stability which has underlined this country's ability to navigate through the difficult waters, particularly in the last 8 years that we have had to face, where we inherited a government where the economy had not grown for 10 years, and a situation where the government financial system was in a crisis. We've had to use that stability to be able to anchor our ability to deal with the COVID pandemic and the concomitant fallout of economic activity generated as a result. But this stability can be undermined if we do not target now, sir, this demographic shift. Many Barbadians leave this country to pursue education and employment abroad. This is also further diminishing our population. This migration trend is called brain drain by some scholars and academics, and even the common man, average man, will speak about brain drain in the country. This compounds the effects on the low fertility and the natural decrease in Barbados population. And we are seeing the exacerbation of labor shortages. Every day you see in the paper requests for work permits coming to the immigration department. And you're seeing less and less objections being filed by the stakeholders who normally monitor this situation. We are seeing in our daily goings and outs around Barbados, people working in employment in Barbados who we know are not Barbadian in jobs normally held by Barbadians. And we are also seeing concomitantly the reduction in the level of unemployment. Now that does not say that all Barbadians who want to work are finding work. That is a different story. But we know that we have seen an increase in foreign labor in our country. The construction sector, the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker, could not be able to deliver if we did not have imported labor in this country. A smaller population, Mr. Speaker, where we have low fertility, low replacement rates in the population, outward migration of Barbadian young people in search of educational and job opportunities, compounds the problem, sir. And it leaves fewer resources to fund the pensions, the healthcare, and the social programs of the government. What is even more apparent, sir, is that these labor shortages slow down innovation and reduce the country's attractiveness to investors. The government therefore cannot leave the situation unchecked. Sir, the Immigration Act from 1976 and the Barbados Citizenship Act from 1966 have remained the core legislative arrangements for regulating the entry into Barbados, for regulating the question of residence, the variation of stay, and more importantly, the acquisition of citizenship. And both of these pieces of legislation have had minor amendments over the years, but they have left significant gaps in our system, which limit Barbados' ability to address this demographic trend and also to remain competitive at the global level. Countries all over the world, sir, are leveraging a modern immigration system in order to deal with some of the challenges that I have outlined, sir. Barbados does not stand alone. Indeed, many other countries in the Caribbean are facing the same demographic decline that we have. Indeed, countries in the first world are also facing. And we know that they have traditionally come to our shores to supplement where labor shortages emerge in their economies. My parents, like many of their generation, were part of the Windrush generation. My eldest brother was born in the United Kingdom. So we all have those common. The honourable member for the city of Bridgetown is telling me that his elder brother was born in the United Kingdom too. We are facing, sir, a shortage of nurses in this country. And we are not able to replace all of the nurses at the rate that they are leaving, where we've had to bring in nurses from outside. And that is a reality. So if the population shortfalls and the demographics threatening our social and economic resilience, the legislation that we bring, sir, is designed to empower the Immigration Department to be now at the vanguard, at the forefront, to manage immigration effectively, to support the investment climate that we want to create in the country, to enhance Barbados' business competitiveness, and to uphold most importantly, the integrity of the immigration system that the law has designed. Without this intervention, sir, Barbados cannot generate the economic productivity needed to sustain GDP growth targets and to drive innovation in an era, sir, where innovation is the order of the day. Sir, there is a demographic imbalance that places a mounting pressure on our system. So in response to the pressing demographic challenges threatening our economic vigor, sir, our economic vitality, the Immigration Bill 2026 and the Barbados Citizenship Bill 2026 seeks to modernize what some may view as archaic laws and provides a forward-thinking and innovative, comprehensive framework targeting population decline while securing sustainable growth. Some will say that the government's targets are ambitious, sir. Some will say that we should try to increase the population naturally. But if we look at the current demographic trends, and if government were to design a suite of incentives to grow the population naturally, all of the research and information suggests that we are talking about a 30-year period to increase the population naturally. That puts in peril our economic survival in a difficult world that we live in. By expanding the pathways to citizenship and permanent residence for specific target groups, sir, including skilled workers, Barbadian descendants, and resourceful retirees, the Immigration Bill ensures that the nation attracts individuals who will contribute meaningfully to the economy and to the country. It removes, sir, outdated and restrictive provisions such as the immigrant status. The new bill does not provide for the status of immigrant. You're either a citizen of Barbados, a permanent resident, or a person who has the permission to reside or to reside and work in Barbados. The world, sir, has come to the consensus that the classification as a person as an immigrant is really consigning that person to live as a second-class citizen in any country. Where you are termed an immigrant. You work in a country, you raise a family in the country, you might even intermarry with residents or nationals from that country, you pay your taxes, you make a meaningful contribution to your community and your society, but you still have the label as being an immigrant, as an immigration status. That has been removed, and we hope that this modern trend, which countries across the world have also been adopting, sir, that this status kind of streamlines our system and removes that stigma where you have classes of people working alongside each other, living and contributing meaningfully in the same country, but holding a different status just because it has been assigned by the law. Additionally, sir, this legislation aligns with the CARICOM free movement agreements that we have signed. And sir, I have asked the Immigration Department to provide me with the numbers of persons who have come into Barbados under both the free movement that we have established with Belize, Dominica, and St. Vincent, and also to provide with the numbers of the persons who have applied for the Welcome Stamp program that was started in the year 2000. But sir, let me go first to the full free movement statistics that have been provided by the Immigration Department for the benefit of the House. Sir, since this arrangement was started on the 1st of October 2025, some 378 people from Belize have entered Barbados. Some 3,828 people from Dominica have come, and some 10,552 from St. Vincent have come. An overall total of 14,758. Now, these are not people who are necessarily coming here to live or coming here permanently, but these are people who have been able to move freely within the arrangement established by these 4 Caribbean countries. Barbadians are also moving freely within these Caribbean countries as well. It shows that we are not necessarily being overwhelmed, as some persons may have given the impression that we were about to be flooded with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. But the movement of Caribbean people, sir, is a desired goal of this government. It has been a desired goal of the Barbados Labour Party from its inception 88 years ago, because we are part of one Caribbean people. And we understand that our history and our destiny are inextricably linked as one Caribbean people. Sir, under the regime for the Welcome Stamp, some 7,342 people have applied for Barbados Welcome Stamp status since the inception of that program. At the height of the program during COVID, sir, there was 1,437 individuals and 720 family members in 2020. In 2021, 668 individuals accompanied by 433 family members. In 2022, there was 562 individuals applying for Welcome Stamp and 337 family members. In 2023, 517 individuals, 274 family members. 2024, 480 applications for Welcome Stamp status, 242 family members. 2025, 447 individuals and 253 family members. So far for the year, sir, 105 individuals have applied for Welcome Stamp status and 53 family members have accompanied them. This initiative, sir, was designed during the COVID period to address and regularize a situation that the country has benefited from. And it underscores the continued attractiveness of people who are working in their home countries but can do that work remotely in Barbados, but live in Barbados while in reality and ostensibly working in their home countries. This is the level of flexibility and ingenuity and innovation that is necessary for this country to be able to sustain domestic demand in our economy. Because we have long understood that there is a certain level of domestic activity, the GDP, that is generated by domestic activity, that must be maintained at a level to sustain the quality and the standard of living of Barbadians. This legislation concretizes that framework. And we also have introduced the administrative arrangement that exists now into law, which is the flexible category of reside or reside and work as an immigration status to address workforce gaps with efficiency and responsiveness, fostering economic ties that attracts and retains talent without an unnecessary red tape delay in meeting the current immigration criteria to become an immigrant or to become a citizen of Barbados. We have intended, sir, to update the migration laws that aligns the country with regional commitments or global trade standards, as I mentioned, the economic partnership agreements with the European Union. But more importantly, as we broaden our global footprint, as we seek to engage in external relations on the African continent, in Latin America, with other European partners, and even re-engaging with our traditional partners in North America. This realignment of our migration situation through the immigration legislation and citizenship legislation allows for a framework that we can sustain and be competitive, because Barbados is not the only country in the region that is looking to modernize their immigration system. So, sir, I am a convert that the proactive approach taken, sir, on immigration as a driver of economic transformation and to build out economic capacity in the country ensures that we can meet some of the demographic challenges that I have outlined in my presentation, sir, and to meet them head on. Because one thing that the government will not do, sir, is to identify a problem, consider the solution, and then, sir, determine that we should wash our hands like Pontius Pilate and do nothing about it. This is a government, sir, that faces the problem and fixes the problem, sir. As I said, it will be nigh impossible for us to address these demographic challenges by natural increases in the population. So therefore, we have to use a modernized system of migration into the country and to be able to woo high-skilled talent, innovation, and entrepreneurial activity into Barbados. Sir, I would want to go to some of the key provisions under the immigration bill. And sir, I've deliberately set this debate within the terms of the economic imperative, what some scholars used to say is the fierce urgency of now. Because this is not being designed for any political or nefarious reasons that some commentators or critics on the other side might want to ascribe to the legislation, as was bandied about in some spaces last year. The population, sir, is declining. It is not being replenished. People are living longer. Therefore, the obligations of the state to maintain the quality of life has to reflect that urgency so that the population is maintained in a way to sustain the quality and standard of life that we enjoy in Barbados. It is not an easy problem to fix, but certainly we must therefore move now to modernize our legislative frameworks to ensure that our children who remain on these lands are not saddled with a burden of dealing with all of us, while there is fewer and fewer of them. Reside and work, or to reside, sir. Currently, the Immigration Department facilitates people who come here to reside, give them permission to reside. They apply and they are given permission to reside or to reside and work. A large number of these people, sir, are persons who perhaps are married to a Barbadian citizen and who want to apply for either immigrant status or permanent resident status or the citizenship status, but have not met the qualifying criteria, but they're here legitimately. They may not be looking for work, so they are given permission to reside. Some of them have the capacity to work and earn and are given the status of reside and work. But that is an administrative arrangement, sir. It is not an arrangement that is anchored in the law. But the Immigration Department has been doing it for decades because it is necessary to facilitate these people's and persons' access to the current immigrant status, I should say immigration statuses that exist in the legislation. This is being concretized in the law, and it formalizes and streamlines the previous customary practices, and it benefits, as I said, the spouses and dependents of persons who are legitimately living here. They don't meet the cohabitation prerequisites within the legislation, but they are here legitimately. This provision enhances the flexibility in managing residency and work permissions, and it also supports the family unit, where that a person does not have to keep their spouse, their wife or husband out of the country and they can only come and visit and they have to go back and putting strain and stress on that family unit. So the immigration bill expands the eligibility for permanent residents to include the spouses of Barbadian citizens, retirees with adequate financial means, and their dependents. We cannot continue to scoff at the possibility that people who have means that want to come legitimately and live out the rest of their lives in Barbados may have dependents that are attached to them for sustenance and for means of supporting their livelihoods, and create an artificial distinction where we can want them to come and invest in Barbados, but those that depend on them cannot. This provision will encourage long-term residents among economically and self-sufficient individuals who contribute to the social fabric in Barbados and economic stability. The bill also speaks of the permanent resident status for minors and disabled dependents, provisions that allow for permanent residents to apply for and on behalf of minor children and dependents with disabilities to obtain permanent resident status themselves, ensuring the protection and the inclusion of vulnerable people. We can't want them to come to Barbados, sir, and those vulnerable dependents outside of the country. The bill, sir, abolishes the outdated category, as I said, of immigrant status and provides now a clearer pathway for existing immigrants to convert their status to either permanent residency and therefore streamlining the immigration system and taking away the ambiguity, because it cannot be reasonably defended what would qualify a person ascribing immigrant status to one person and permanent residence to another on the pathway to citizenship, as it were. So the bill also introduces, for the first time, a merit-based system allowing individuals who meet specific criteria, including age, Barbadian lineage, education, skills, professional experience, financial resources, and senior diplomatic or other international service to apply for permanent residency in Barbados. Applicants have to achieve a maximum of 10 points as are categorized and apply on the relevant forms for this status. The focus here, sir, is on attracting, managing, and retaining skilled migrants to come into the country, while addressing, as I said, the loss of Barbadian talent. There are core challenges facing our demographic outlook, sir. And the statistics tells us that with the shrinking population and aging population we have, there's over 25% of Barbadians, people who call themselves Bajans, sir, who live abroad, including, sir, a high share of skilled professionals. These shortages constrain our investment, productivity, and diversification of the economy. These changes in the legislation, sir, are intended to address these. Now, sir, there has been a shift, a conceptual shift in viewing the outward migration of Barbadians and outward migration generally, called brain drain, to a question of brain gain. This shift, with the research, has begun to explore their potential benefits of the skilled migration contributing directly to the economy. We know the level of remittances from skilled Barbadians sending back money to invest in property, sending back money, sir, to help support families, sending back money to invest in the economy. Return migration, when these people go and study and come back, we now have to develop, sir, the frameworks where we get into that system and build it out. Build out units and administrative structures to ensure that we can facilitate either the return of these skilled Barbadians physically to come back and resettle here, or to be able to contribute meaningfully by way of technology, innovation, investment within the Barbadian economy, sir. Creating business networks where possible. And the incentives, sir, to facilitate that investment. I remember years ago, Mr. Speaker, being part of a delegation led by the former member of St. Joseph when he was the Minister of International Business. It was in the year 2005 when the Young Barbados Professional Society of New York was established. It was chartered. And then that initiative, I still suspect that it is still in existence. But a Young Barbadian Professional Society should be something that we should now be pursuing as part of our drive to incentivize this skilled Barbadian labor where it may exist all over the globe, to be able to foster these connections and return either by themselves or their investments in Barbados, sir. So we know that migration to a richer country can serve as a substitute for the provision of subsidies by government for human capital formation. Because if government had to do it on its own, it is always cheaper. Migration is a cheaper route. But what we are seeing, sir, and what we are saying here is that our immigration system must now contemplate that it is not brain drain, but we must create the holistic and enabling framework to allow for brain gain. We don't lament when they go. We create the structures to facilitate their inward investment and their continued connection to Barbados. So therefore, we have to facilitate when they get married, when their spouses and children who are born abroad want to associate with their mothers or grandparents and anchor that Barbadian lineage. We must not allow legislation that was passed in a time in the 1940s to determine this vertical relationship of Barbadian citizenship to continue when people want to deepen their links. Sir, one of the cries that I have had so far as a Minister of Home Affairs with responsibility for immigration is that there are several Barbadians Barbadian descendants within the diaspora who would want to play football for Barbados, who would want to join the Athletics Federation at international track meets, who would want to play other sports for Barbados. There is a young lady who has requested, who has pleaded, she plays a sport called grappling. It's a wrestling sport and competes and wins medals all over the world internationally in Great Britain, but desperately wants to wear the Barbadian flag at all international competitions that she competes in. And certainly I know the Football Association will be grateful for that greater pool of talent because they come back and compete in CONCACAF and all of the confederations around the region and these competitions, and they complain that they are being beaten not by people who live in Aruba or people who live in Dominica, but by the descendants of those citizens, those countries' citizens, third and fourth generations. They get the passport and they come and play, qualify. We need to do the same, sir. And there is no reason why a grandchild of a Barbadian who wants to associate with their grandparents' country of birth to wear the stamp of a Bajan with pride, because there are some intrinsic values that that grandparent would have taught them that has not left them throughout their lives. And they want to associate with the country of birth and the infant nurture of their grandparents and their forebears, sir. That is something that we have to grapple with. And that is what this legislation, sir, is intended to do, to anchor that relationship, to anchor that lineage. Because one never knows when the family is going to pack up and come back here or want to come and settle here or invest here. And that is what we need now to facilitate. That is what this legislation is intended to do, sir. So the evidence of international best practices have showed what are the effects on the receiving countries when skilled immigrants are facilitated within an economy. So they complement the skill set of the domestic workers. They complement the improved use of technology. They increase productivity, innovation, and grow businesses. And the evidence suggests, sir, that they do not significantly depress wages across the board. And that is what the information shows. Sir, the CARICOM single market and economy has 13 categories of skilled workers. And since the CSME has been in place for the last 21 years, we have not seen a concomitant decline in wages in the sectors in which those persons qualify to come to the country. That is a fact. Since October 1st, 2025, we have given people from Barbados, Barbados has given people from Belize, Dominica, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines the right to live, work, and access healthcare and education without the requirement for permits. We have not seen a depression of the wages in Barbados as a result of that movement either. We are deepening our arrangements with countries like Ghana. We have recruited nurses, and there's potential to expand to other professions where there are significant shortages and gaps. So, sir, I want to give the country the assurance. I've had several discussions with the Honourable Member for St. Peter, who is responsible for, the Minister responsible for Labour. And certainly, sir, we will not leave out our discussions with the workers' representatives as well. But we have had discussions as to how we can modernize the system of work permits. We are looking at models and best practices from other countries to indicate how we can develop a system where you just can't say, well, we have a shortage, put it in the paper, and if somebody happen to see it or happen not to see it, that is the information that determines whether the work permit is granted. A more streamlined system, a more innovative system, a more responsive system where you can make these applications online and where a real-time database provides the information to allow the assessments to be done by the Immigration Department is the desire of the government, sir. We are linking with the African diaspora and African countries as part of a broader framework for African Caribbean economic exchanges, trade and skills and cooperation. We have to respond to this. Sir, I want to turn to the key provisions under the Barbados Citizenship Bill. This introduces significant reforms aimed at modernizing and expanding the legal framework for granting citizenship. As I said, as a means to support our national development drives in a changing global environment, sir. We have expanded permanent residence eligibility. The bill formalizes permanent residents if they meet the following residential criteria. Nationals of CARICOM member states must have resided in Barbados for at least 180 days within the past 730 days, while non-CARICOM nationals must have resided for at least 270 days within the past 1,095 days immediately preceding the date of the application for permanent residence. So we have in this country some people who have a disdain for our CARICOM brothers and sisters. And the time has come for us to say honestly as a country, we cannot criticize what is going on in the United States and how they treat immigrants in that country or people who are there and come and do the same thing to persons from the Caribbean who are living here. So I had the fortune of going to an institution called the University of the West Indies. And I believe many of us would have started our tertiary level education at that institution, so I know you did, sir. And we have interacted with Caribbean peoples for all of our adult lives, sir. So since I was in my late teens. And I cannot fathom how I would want to treat somebody from the Caribbean who is coming to Barbados any differently than I treat that person coming from Canada, USA, or England. And so that manifested in a number of ways, sir, that have led to the embarrassment of the country. Sir, you remember the Myrie case, where the government had to pay out hundreds of thousands of dollars and our international reputation was dragged through the mud because of the treatment of a Caribbean community national coming to Barbados. We have had reports of the Guyanese bench at the airport, a place that was designed to embarrass people coming from our Caribbean neighbor. And Guyana is one of the biggest partners of Barbados today in being able to expand economic opportunities, being able to create and foster arrangements for better food security. And as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East has correctly said, one of the fastest, if not the fastest, developing economy in the world. But 20 years ago, we did not say a word collectively as a nation as it treated Guyanese. I have had friends, including family members close to me, coming through the airport, being asked if they were Guyanese, because by the mere look of them, they were targeted for a special type of treatment. I've had a client who had a brother who came to Barbados in the morning and got her car from the house, did not have an international driver's permit. He got in an accident with a motorcycle. The motorcyclist was injured very badly. The police determined that the motorcyclist caused the accident. Charged both the driver and the motorcyclist. Immigration Department sought to deport him for causing an accident. And then went to the Barbados Community College at the Pomerine where she was studying and dragged her out because she was an accomplice to a person who did not have an international driver's permit. I had to personally go into the Immigration Department to tell them you all are not deporting anybody. That was about 15, 20 years ago. Because the intention was to make Caribbean people feel that they were not welcome in Barbados, sir. It was a state-sponsored reign of terror in my view, sir. And there's several examples of that. And I make these points to show that we have come a long way in how we treat our CARICOM brothers and sisters. So that when we put in the legislation an easier pathway to permanent residence in the legislation for CARICOM brothers and sisters, it is that affirmation that we are not treating anybody better than our regional brothers and sisters, sir. Sir, the Barbados Citizenship Bill explicitly addresses the difficulty spouses and dependents who accompany CARICOM skilled nationals living in Barbados face in attaining citizenship and creates a smoother pathway for these spouses and dependents to do so, easing their ability to acquire citizenship while promoting the family unit. It accords with all of the best practices in the international treaties that we ascribe dear to our hearts, sir. So currently, only the parents are allowed to pass on citizenship by descent to their offspring. This new Barbados Citizenship Bill, sir, will rectify the ironic circumstance in which many persons have Bajan in them and wish to migrate and offer their skills to the countries of their grandparents' birth. Sir, we have also revised the legislation to make provision for persons who are born outside of Barbados, but who have the ability to become economically established in Barbados and have been resident in Barbados once they meet the qualifying criteria to be registered as a citizen of Barbados, and to be able, sir, to pass that citizenship on to their offspring or to their dependents, as the case may be. Sir, I know time is not with me because the House has other business to do. And sir, certainly the bills have been before the House before, and this is not the first second reading speech. So I would have the opportunity, sir, to address the bill as this debate winds through the committee stages in the House, and when the members, honourable members, get the opportunity to speak. I will, in due course, sir, speak to the other provisions for the bill and how administratively the Immigration Department intends to manage this system, or this new system, of immigration that is so important or vitally important to the country. Sir, the Immigration Bill 2026 and the Barbados Citizenship Bill 2026 are strategic demographic and economic legislative frameworks intended to address and replenish the aging and shrinking population of Barbados, and also to modernize the immigration system using international best practices to determine a definitive method to ensure that Barbados can attract highly skilled talent. Barbados can retain some of the highly skilled talent that leaves, and even when that talent leaves, sir, that we can attract them back to Barbados, whether in person or in kind. Sir, I would beg to propose that the bill be
individual. Number 4.
Mr. Speaker, I would want that the Immigration Bill 2026 and the Barbados Citizenship Bill 2076 be committed to the Joint Select Committee on Economic and Policy Matters to consider these two bills. These bills went last year to another Joint Select Committee, the one on Governance and Policy Matters. But I'm asking that we have these committed to the Economic Policy Joint Select Committee. And further consideration of these bills be deferred until the report comes from those committees. And I reserve the right, sir, to conclude and to speak again.
The question is that these two bills be sent to Joint Select Committee and that the mover reserve the right to speak again. All of the members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. The aforementioned bills will be therefore sent to Joint Select Committee, and the mover of the bill reserve the right to speak again.
Private members' business, sir.
Honourable Member for St.
Number before. Order number 1, in the name of the member for St. George North, to move the passing of a resolution that the Honourable the House of Assembly A, supports the establishment of a national portable benefits framework through the National Insurance Social Security Service that ensures that Social Security follows the worker and not the job. B, calls for the development and implementation of the supporting administrative, technological, and enforcement measures necessary to ensure that the framework is effective, equitable, and accessible. And B, commits Barbados in its 5th year as a republic to affirming that portable benefits constitute an act of nation building and a people-centered investment in fairness, resilience, and social stability, so that no worker is rendered invisible and no worker is left behind.
All members in George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and honorable members in this chamber, I am pleased to rise today to address a matter that I regard as being of profound national importance. The resolution that was laid before this honorable chamber on portable social security benefits, in many respects, it speaks to the modernization of our social security system. And I would hope that this resolution, as it is debated, would not be observed merely as policy or policy proposal, but that it would be seen and observed as a call for action, a necessary evolution, Mr. Speaker, an expression of our commitment to every worker in this country. It is being presented in this chamber at a time where the very foundations of the social security system are under strain and are being challenged by a rapidly changing world of work. Increasing numbers of Barbadians are earning their livelihoods not by being employed with a single employer in a formal arrangement, but they're earning their livelihoods through short-term contracts, through subcontracting arrangements, through freelancing, through digital platforms and other non-standard forms of work. Perhaps it might be important for clarification at this time for me to elaborate on what non-standard forms of work include. I mentioned some, but according to the International Labour Organization, where we take our guidance from for labor matters, non-standard forms of work are, it is sometimes called diverse forms of work. It includes temporary employment, such as fixed-term contracts or seasonal work. It includes part-time or on-call work, and on-call work is a phenomenon that we are observing creeping into Barbados, where people don't have hours. You're simply just on call all the time. So whenever an employer wants you, you are at their beck and call. I see some honorable members in this chamber identifying with the concept of on-call work. It also includes temporary agency work and other multi-party employment relationships. In other words, you work here for a few hours or today and work somewhere else for another few hours or the next day and so on. It includes disguised employment relationships where workers are treated as independent employers or self-employed or independent contractors. But we know, according to our Employment Rights Act and the definitions contained therein, that they are not independent contractors, but they are in fact engaged on the employment of or contracts of service, but is being disguised as if they are self-employed. And of course, there is home-based work and digital platform work. Non-standard workers, therefore, based on the examples and the definitions mentioned, it is not difficult to understand that they often face lower wages, more uncertain conditions of work, higher insecurity, limited and often no access to Social Security, and greater difficulty exercising their labor rights. And I say greater difficulty because, Mr. Speaker, even in formal arrangements, people experience difficulty. And I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. Peter will be able to identify with this difficulty expressing their rights to labor representation. Global reports also show that non-standard workers struggle to access social protection. The reports show that these numbers are rising and that systems designed around standard employment, such as that which exists in Barbados, can no longer protect them or cannot protect them. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this resolution is being presented in the hope that this Honourable Chamber will acknowledge these shifts and support the laying of the groundwork for a more inclusive, resilient future for all working people as it relates to Social Security. Mr. Speaker, I start there recognizing, as I said, that the world of work has transformed dramatically since the National Insurance Service, or the National Insurance Scheme, was established back in 1967, just a year after independence. Back then, the NIS was designed for a reality of stable, full-time, single-employer jobs. And that is in contrast to the non-standard forms of work I mentioned. But for varying reasons, that reality, as we all know, is shifting before our very eyes and is no longer true for a number of Barbadians. In fact, a Barbadian worker might find himself, herself, working in a ride share in the morning, going up to the airport and hustling as a red cat, maybe in the afternoon, and in the evening time, working security or some other job, hosting in a hotel. In other words, workers find themselves in multiple jobs or with multiple employers or engagers over the course of a day, sometimes furthermore a week. Similarly, we have it with domestic workers, where they're employed with different households and so different employers during the course of the week, often working more than 40 hours in a week for 3 or more families, and yet they work without protection. So, Mr. Speaker, why this is being presented is because this is not a future problem. This is a current problem, and it doesn't exist other places, but not in Barbados. It's a current problem which exists here. It is a present crisis, and the gap between how people work and how they are protected, we are finding that it is widening every year. So we must now ask ourselves, who exactly are these workers that are falling through the cracks? Mr. Speaker, there are workers in the informal economy where they are classified or misclassified on the contracts of service. There are subcontractors in construction. There are seasonal workers in tourism. As I said, there are the ride-share drivers, domestic workers, the artists, the musicians, the freelancers. And I think especially of our media workers, workers in agriculture, workers in the care economy, and I can go on to cite examples of the kinds of workers, but of course the 30 minutes provided for me under this private member's resolution does not allow. They're not marginal.
Honourable, I'm glad you are very aware of that.
Thank
it's
you.
good news to hear that you are aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for interrupting me. I hope you indulge me with some consideration. So they are not marginal.
You have no say in that, Honourable Member. You have no say in that at all.
I'm asking.
You're not asking at all.
They are not marginal. They are the very backbone, Mr. Speaker, sir, of the Barbadian economy. Yet because of the outdated design of our social security system, these workers that I've mentioned, they remain largely unprotected without the same access to benefits and security that should be the right, really, of every working person. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not just anecdotal observation. The numbers really tell a damning story. In the last actuarial review that the NIS did, the 17th actuarial review, which was really tabled in this very parliament in 2022, it revealed that approximately 30% of our employed population work in the informal sector. And that was 4 years ago, and I'm saying that they're growing numbers. And less than 20% of self-employed workers are enrolled or were enrolled at that time in the NIS. And I do acknowledge, sir, and applaud the efforts of the Honourable Member for St. Peter, who, as Minister with responsibility for Labour, has worked to ensure that efforts are on the way to boost the number of self-employed people paying NIS through the establishment of a dedicated unit at the now NISSS, National Insurance Social Security Service, through increased engagement with self-employed people and through simplified procedures. And if I were tapping, I would applaud the Honourable Member of St. Peter for that. However, sir, this and other fixes over the last 60 years since the establishment of the NIS in 1967 have not closed the very critical gap that there is as it relates to coverage. Sufficient, sir, to give any of us in here that within the next 10 to 15 years, we won't have to go back tinkering at it again for other fixes to ensure the sustainability of the systems. And other efforts or other adjustments to address the possibility of depletion of the NIS system. We've extended coverage to the self-employed. We've adjusted rates. We've had the controversial increases to the retirement age, Mr. Speaker, among other baseline protections. Yet coverage remains a challenge because our social security system remains tied to a traditional formal employment contract that fewer and fewer Barbadians now hold. This resolution, therefore, proposes a fundamental shift so that the work now truly begins here with a core principle that changes everything. So let me now turn your attention to that core principle, which I believe can truly transform our system. The principle that Social Security must follow the worker and not the job. Social Security must follow the worker and not the employer. Under this reform, every Barbadian worker will be able to accumulate benefits on their own, in their own name, in a portable account. Every engager of labor, whether an employer, a platform, or an agency, must contribute to the duration of every engagement. The duration of very engagement so that Social Security entitlements stay with the worker and belongs to them irrespective of where or how they work. So no more hiding behind the scenes of formal employment contracts to evade social protection, Honourable Member for St. Peter. This is the fundamental shift that this resolution calls for. Mr. Speaker, under this fundamental shift, this House is being asked to make 3 clear commitments. Firstly, we must commit to the establishment of a framework for national portable Social Security benefits through the NISSS, ensuring that every worker has access to Social Security that follows them irrespective of where they work or how they are engaged. Secondly, we must affirm the principle that portable benefits are acts of nation building. There are people-centered investment in fairness and social stability. And thirdly, we must affirm the principle that portable benefits, we must build, the necessary infrastructure, including robust tracking and effective enforcement measures. This is about making a declaration in our 5th year as a republic that we are committed to protecting all of our people. Another act of such demonstration. Mr. Speaker, this must not be seen as a niche reform because it will extend protection to the entire workforce. I want us to consider for a moment the young man, as I said, that could be working 3 part-time jobs, none of which contribute to NAS. This resolution ensures that every hour he works can count toward his future. I want us to think of the single mother that is piecing together income from cleaning, from catering, from sales, whether it's online sales or sales in a store, but with no safety net. This resolution ensures that contributions and protection follow her. I also want us to consider the older worker who, after 30 years in a job, let's say in construction, finds his pension contributions woefully inadequate to the extent that he has to appeal to the board of the NISSS for some non-contributory pension support, or to the welfare system for aid. This resolution ensures that no Barbadian who reaches retirement should be discovering after decades of work that those decades of work counted for nothing. This is about ensuring that every Barbadian worker is seen, valued, and protected. But of course, Mr. Speaker, this is considered against the context and against the recommendation too that we will strengthen the enforcement of our social security system to make sure that those even in formal employment who should be doing it don't fall, and I'm talking about employers, don't fall between the cracks and continue to disadvantage employers who actually are compliant. And I think of a few who come to the top of mind, Mr. Speaker, that I can mention even within this honorable chamber. But this being the season of May Day, it might be more appropriate for me to talk about the infras and KFCs of this world on Friday. Widening the contribution base must be seen as the most sustainable path to NIS solvency. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are some who will ask about costs, but I would rather us not see this as a cost, but as an investment. Widening the contribution base is the most sustainable path to NIS solvency. Our NIS fund faces depletion precisely because too many workers are still outside of the net. So there are fewer contributions coming into the system than should otherwise be required to keep the system buoyant and thriving. Bringing non-standard workers into mandatory coverage, Mr. Speaker, expands that contribution base, leading to greater fund sustainability and better pensions and more secure pensions for all of us. It also levels the playing field, as I said, removing the competitive disadvantage that compliant employers actually face. Included in our Barbados ILO Decent Work Country Program, it states that expanding Social Security coverage will directly reduce exclusion and increase net contribution rates, and that is an objective that we should be pursuing diligently. Portable benefits must therefore not be seen as a burden on our economy, but as an investment. And Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage us that Barbados is not alone in stepping out in this direction should we agree today, as I hope we would, and when this debate concludes, to pursue this course of action. We see it in the EU, the European Union's Platform Work Directive, in France's auto entrepreneur regime, in Singapore's mandatory contributions for self-employed workers. We see it also in New Zealand. But you will notice that in that list, I didn't make any mention of the Nordic countries, but they're even way ahead of what we are trying to introduce today, because in Nordic countries, you don't get Social Security being linked to any employer contributions at all. Social Security as a matter of right once you are a resident working in the country, not even a citizen in the country. So I think for us to go there, it will mean that we will be committing government to providing Social Security rather than what I think is a fundamental principle that is worth following through on, even if we vary according to what I'm presenting, where employers or engagers of work have the responsibility and shoulder the responsibility alongside government and the individual for ensuring that workers have Social Security benefits. Barbados, however, like most Commonwealth systems, ties security to employment contributions, and this creates gaps for all of those workers that I mentioned are in non-standard forms. But the Nordic model shows that when benefits are not tied to the employer, workers never fall through the cracks, which is exactly the problem that the portable benefits is trying to address, not under that solution, but by introducing benefits that follow the worker. So while Barbados will not be a pioneer in an experiment, I think what this Parliament will be doing, should we pass this resolution, but more so move towards the implementation of a portable Social Security benefit system, would be taking yet another step toward our commitment of worker enfranchisement. But more so, we will be joining those in best practice across the globe toward offering worker-centered social protection that makes the difference to the worker, to the system, to the country. Now let us consider what implementation of a framework would look like. This resolution, sir, is calling not for immediate action, as in roll out tomorrow, but is asking for a practical phased and enforceable framework. It isn't asking for a blank check, because we recognize, for instance, that we will need a modern digital infrastructure that's able to track contributions in real time. We will need clear rules for remittances that are easy to understand by all workers and all engagers. And we will need enforcement, as I said, with real teeth to ensure compliance. And of course, a robust public education campaign would also be vital to ensure that every Barbadian worker understands the changes and every employer also understands the changes, and each person, irrespective of where they are in the labor market, will know their rights and understand their obligations. This is how we build a system that works for everyone. But Mr. Speaker, I know that some, including those who will be the most direct beneficiaries of the portable benefits that we are talking about, will have some concerns. And I can hear many of the rebuttals that will be coming now, and I hope that we will be able to address these directly, because these rebuttals are all too familiar. Mr. Speaker, I cast my mind back to when we were introducing the minimum wage. We had people, something that is good for workers at the bottom, and we had people finding all kinds of reasons to rubbish an implementation that has made such a difference to many workers in this country, and that will make an even greater difference when we are able to translate that minimum wage into an actual living wage. So I expect that some will likely argue it is going to be a burden on small businesses. They will argue that contributions will increase costs. But the real burden is the current free-for-all that we have, where compliant employers are carrying the burden for those who are not compliant and those who are not in the system. Portable benefits supported by effective enforcement across the board will level the playing field. This is not burden, Mr. Speaker, this is compliance. The burden is in carrying a system where people think they can get a free ride. I can also hear some arguments, Mr. Speaker, this is an added burden on workers, at a time when every single dollar counts, cost of living high, every dollar counts. But I would like to suggest to workers who will have that view that they're already paying the highest price. They pay it when they get sick and have to be at home with no income coming in. They pay it when they get injured and they don't have any protection. They pay it when they reach old age and realize that they have nothing to fall back on except the discretion of a system, whether it is the NIS or whether it is the welfare system. So that is the real expense, and they pay it alone. Portable benefits does not add a burden. They end the burden of workers carrying every crisis on their own. They make employers contribute. They make platforms contribute. They make the system that uses the workers' labor finally share in the responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, let us make it clear, this is not an added cost. This is the end of the worker paying the full costs or for misfortune or mishap out of their own pockets. Some will say gig workers and younger workers and talent workers prefer the flexibility, as if that protection will undermine flexibility or freedom. Flexibility and freedom, or flexibility and protection, do not have to be enemies. Portable benefit seeks to preserve both. With flexibility without protection is insecurity, but flexibility with protection is dignity being brought to the worker. I can hear some still that will say the NISSS is not ready for this. They will argue that we should wait. But simply, Mr. Speaker, I say that readiness is not something we wait for. It is something that we should build towards and work towards. If we wait for perfection and if we work for perfect readiness, we can very well find ourselves waiting forever. Some will say that we need consultation. We need more consultation. They will argue that acting now, as they argued when we were introducing the minimum wage, is premature. But consultation is often used as a lullaby, Mr. Speaker, that puts many of us in this country to sleep while we are waiting for real change to happen. At some point, cries for consultation must be recognized for what they are. But yes, consultation will certainly be required so far as it relates to the discussions on how we will implement the system and the public education that will be required for the new provisions and requirements of the system to be understood and rolled out. I know too that some might say that this is too radical. If so few countries have gone forward and do it, why does Barbados want to be in the number with best practice? But Mr. Speaker, I say if fairness is radical, then let us get radical. I know that there are those who will say it will only help a few workers. They will argue that most workers will not benefit. But I am sure that under the definition of non-standard forms of employment that I mentioned, it is easy for us in here to understand how the seasonal worker, how the part-time worker, how the older worker with gaps will be helped by portable Social Security benefits. It will help thousands of workers outside of formal employment, those who do not now have to wait to complete 21 hours a week in order to benefit from Social Security. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I've encountered those situations where there were some employers who did that cutoff at 19 or 20 hours, just so that, not that they don't want a worker to have Social Security, you know, they don't want to pay for it, so they cut it off at 20 hours so that the worker does not become entitled to Social Security, because as we know, there's a component where the worker pays and the employer pays as well. So, Mr. Speaker, this resolution, once passed, will help all workers currently outside of the net. This is a whole of Barbados reform. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there are some that will say it will cost too much, not only to small businesses, not only to the workers, but simply it will cost too much. But the last actuarial review of the NAS made it clear. The absence of action or inaction by us will certainly have one result, one definite result, and that's the collapse of the NAS. The most expensive option is pretending that the problem will fix itself and that we don't have to do definite things to expand coverage, boost the contribution rates, and ensure more people contributing into a system that ultimately they will benefit from, if not through Social Security, through welfare systems. These objections that have cited or possible rebuttals are familiar, but certainly not exhaustive, and we must prepare to meet these head-on and answer dispassionately but firmly and in a very pertinent way to the challenges as they come, and we know that they will come. In this our 5th year as a republic, I would wish that we all can reaffirm a simple truth, that the dignity of labor does not depend on the form that that labor takes. We must reaffirm that all jobs matter. So whether a worker sits at a desk, whether a worker is working and sweating on a shop floor, or whether a worker is logging into a digital platform, we must reaffirm that their dignity matters to us, their humanity matters to us, their right to protection matters to us. So this resolution, in my view, represents our next great declaration that the social contract applies to every worker. This House is yet again being asked to send a clearer message to every worker in Barbados that we hear you, we see you, and we feel you. And what a tremendous time to do so as we are in the worker season, the season of May Day, where we celebrate workers and their contributions to this country. In 1967, we built and we introduced the NIS as an act of nation building, declaring that independence meant security for all. In 2021, when we became a republic, we declared that sovereignty belongs to the people. Now in 2026, this resolution is asking this Parliament of Barbados to make a third declaration that every worker belongs to the social contract. So that, Mr. Speaker, this is not simply a policy. It is a profound statement of who we are as a people. Mr. Speaker, I'm wrapping up. I recognize that the transition from this resolution, which I hope will be passed to a functioning portable benefits system, will not be a simple technical and administrative undertaking. It will require some further modernization of the NISSS's digital infrastructure to handle micro transactions. Currently, NIS functions on a monthly basis and so on, but we may want to see real-time digital transactions online. It may involve recalibrating actuarial models to accommodate fractional accruals, among other technical work that will need to be done. I'm not the expert in detailing these things, Mr. Speaker. I am just one who recognizes the framework that is needed and presenting it before this honorable chamber. So apart from the legislative work that would need to be undertaken, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the implementation of a portable Social Security benefit system, I propose that a tripartite technical implementation committee should be established to oversee the design and technical rollout of the benefits framework, portable benefits framework, and that this work should be chaired preferably by an independent technical expert, such as a senior actuary. I propose further that this committee's work should be undertaken over the next 3 months to ensure that this system can be in place, supported by the necessary legislation for rollout, as a 5th Republic anniversary gift to this country and to its workers before November 30th, 2026. As I close, Mr. Speaker, definitely closing now, this resolution as presented does not prescribe every detail. Perhaps if I had more time, I could. But it sets out the direction. It signals our commitment. It signals the beginning of the work. I therefore invite every honourable member in this chamber to join me in signaling to working people in Barbados and to their families that this Parliament sees them, that this Parliament values them, and this Parliament is prepared to continue all necessary work in the interest of modernizing the systems that safeguard their well-being. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged, and I beg that this resolution do now pass.
I beg the second, and I reserve the right to speak again.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And allow me to begin by thanking the Honourable Member for St. George North for bringing this resolution to this Honourable Chamber. Before I get into the meat of it, I think it appropriate just a couple of days before May Day to indicate to this chamber, through you, Mr. Speaker, and to indicate to the country a couple of things. One, much, if not all, of the social progress that this country has experienced, as a matter of fact, that the countries of the Caribbean have experienced over the past 80 to 90 years, has been a result of the advocacy, sometimes the agitation of workers' organizations, trade unions, and other workers' groupings. That is something that we have to acknowledge, even as a political party. Political parties acknowledge it, and the Barbados Labour Party has no difficulty in acknowledging that, because it was the founder of the Barbados Labour Party who recognized that workers needed not just the mass-based political institution, but they also needed a dedicated workers-focused institution, birthed short of 85 years ago, the Barbados Workers' Union. And so it is entirely appropriate that the Honourable Member for St. George North, who is also the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union, would bring this resolution to this Honourable Chamber. As a matter of fact, something that I realize that is not widely known is that within the structure of the Barbados Workers' Union is built in an understanding that its General Secretary and some of its other senior officers ought to serve at the legislative level, bringing resolutions like these, promoting the interests of workers within this chamber and within the other place. These are things that are not necessarily known. There are some people who are surprised that the union's structure almost requires that if one of their leaders is engaged in political activity, meaning running for a seat, that the union has a responsibility to support from its funds. This General Secretary did not take those funds, but it is built into the structure of the union. So there's an understanding that in policy development, there is a role for the Barbados Workers' Union and its leadership beyond agitating from the outside. There is the understanding built into the structure that the union leads in policy making from this place as well, from within political parties as well. and there are many, quite a lot of them in the, well, I almost said not the no defunct, but it's not defunct, but I'm referring to the Democratic Labour Party. The matter of protection is one that we as a party have championed from 1938. It is something that our leader then championed from 1937 as an associate and the legal representative for the now Right Excellent Clement Payne. And from that time, the Barbados Labour Party has been very clear that protection of workers is critical to development. And I've used the term over the past couple of years, protection and production. That actually came out of a conversation I had with the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. And protection and production, as I say, are two sides of the same coin. We cannot have production and therefore productivity and therefore economic development if those who are the drivers of development are not protected. We do it for machinery. We cover down machinery. We service machinery. We do all kinds of things for inanimate objects. Workers who are human beings deserve not similar protection, deserve greater protection because of their humanity. They are people. They are human beings. Now, there are a number of areas of non-standard work mentioned in the resolution, and a couple of them jump out at me, and I think the Honourable Member for St. George North would know why. I'm going to mention the one I have written first, I'm going to mention it second. The first one I want to mention, though, is construction. I became aware of some of the nasty is not parliamentary. I'm trying to find a word that means the same thing and sounds the same way. Unsavory? That sounds like food. Dirty, unethical, and any other words that mean similar. I've been aware of those practices long before I came to this place. I worked in the tourism industry, and because of being involved in management, often had to be responsible for infrastructural work, renovations, building. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I've said it in this place before, but I'm going to say it again today, that I saw a decent company, a company that treated its workers as human beings, treated them as employees because they were, deducted national insurance and paid it over to the national insurance scheme, and also paid its own portion. I saw that company go out of business. The other company, which was not as nice, is still in business. Somebody just said, still doing the same thing. I know you didn't hear that, Mr. Speaker, because you don't hear asides. We cannot continue in this country to talk about decent development, inclusive growth. We cannot continue in this country to talk about that and allow the bad employers to win. And I've said in this honorable chamber before, those of us who sit here, particularly as ministers, have a responsibility to ensure that those organizations that treat their employees or those who work with and for them in a less than desirable manner, we have a responsibility to make sure that they do not benefit from public funds. In other words, that they don't get contracts that they don't continue to get all or the majority of contracts. And I'm appealing particularly to those ministries, and I'm saying it publicly. This is something I should say in cabinet, but I'm saying this publicly because of the strength of my feeling on the matter. Those with responsibility for both infrastructural ministries and productive sector ministries particularly must ensure that neither they nor the technical leaders in their ministries allow the bad people to win. And that's as much as I will say on that at this time. The other area outside of tourism is what the Honourable Member for St. George North referred to as gig work, and she also used the term platform work. I was up at 4 o'clock yesterday morning and 4:30 this morning to be part of a meeting that is taking place in Geneva, a meeting that really I should have been chairing, because it is a consultation, an informal consultation, which is leading up to a committee that I am to chair in June. I am pausing because it is not something I'm looking forward to. It's probably the most challenging thing that I will have to do in my life. But the discussion yesterday, the meeting is actually finished now, and it will resume tomorrow morning. But the discussion over these 2 days so far speaks to many of the issues raised by the Honourable Member for St. George North as challenges facing this new sector of work and the workers who are engaged in this new sector. The platform economy, the Honourable Member spoke to ride-hailing. We used to call it the sharing economy at one point. It is a new form of work that has really taken off, built on technology, built on platforms. People are doing inputs into healthcare records. People are doing translations. People are providing transport. There are a number of things happening based on these platforms. And there are a number of challenges that come with that increase, or upsurge really, in that area of technology. And one of them, a major part of the challenge, is the issue of social protection. Because in the platform economy, you do not connect with a human being. The platform is the intermediary. The platform is, quote unquote, who you have engaged with, who you send all your information to. You almost never touch base with a human being. So that when there are challenges in that system, there is an issue with respect to who do you go to. But Social Security coverage in the realm of social protection is a challenge. And I want to share here this morning that we have agreed, this is now outside of the Decent Work Country program. And I think it is because of maybe the involvement that I've had in last year's discussion during the International Labour Conference. The International Labour Organization, the Decent Work Country team based in Trinidad, has agreed to do a study of the platform economy in Barbados and Grenada. Grenada was also very involved, their Labour Commissioner. I kind of acted a bit as her mentor last year, and she'll be on her own this year. But the Caribbean has been involved. And that is why when the Honourable Member for St. George North speaks to best practice, I have no difficulty as a minister responsible for labour. And I think as a country we will not have a difficulty in going to best practice because we have been exposed already to some of the challenges, and we've been exposed to this at the highest levels. And so the matter of the platform work and the platform economy, I want to indicate that we will be doing a study. A member of the People Development Advisory Council indicated to me that she believes it is that there are many more people involved in Barbados than we know. And that is the reason why we have to find out where we are at. But what is underlying all of these is what the Honourable Member spoke to when she referred to informality. And informality is the bane of decent work. Informality is that which makes regular work indecent work. Informality has challenges with respect to access to labor justice, but significantly, it presents challenges with respect to social protection, particularly social protection in the area of social security. Now, this matter of informality and precarious work are what the British economists stand-in call precarity. And he referred to those persons who are left out of the protection as the precariat. You know, we talk about the proletariat. He refers to them as the precariat, people involved in precarious work. And precarious work is exactly how it sounds. We use precarious to talk about people on a high building walking on the edge. That is the image sometimes in our mind. Work in the informal sector is often precarious to that same degree. And why? Because everybody who lives long enough will get to the point where they cannot engage in that kind of earning activity anymore. And they will need the benefit of Social Security. This resolution also does something that I am exceedingly grateful about. It defines labor. The General Secretary, I'm not saying now the Honourable Member, but the General Secretary of the Union knows that I don't really like calling people labor. I know there's a labor movement and labor unions and that kind of stuff, but I don't like calling it labor. But what I like about this resolution, Mr. Speaker, is that it underscores and it actually says that workers contribute labor, value, and productivity. Now, the reason why I'm focusing on this is because sometimes I get the feeling that a few of those who engage workers are not fully appreciating the humanity of the worker and are seeing only the labor. And so we talk about engaging labor. Now I want to say, Mr. Speaker, you don't engage labor. Labor is not a pig or you can engage pork. Well, obviously I've never done that. I don't think you have either. But there are some of us in this place. I see the Honourable Member for St. Philip South. He is beginning to lick his lips when we talk about engaging pork. But when we're talking about workers, it is not like engaging pork. We are engaging workers, human beings, whose output is their labor. And I believe that that needs to be reinforced because we ought to recognize when we are dealing with those who are building capacity, who are building organizations, to recognize that they're human beings. So that as we continue on the journey of developing our country, we are approaching 60 years of independence. We are approaching 5 years as a republic. The Barbados Workers' Union is on the road to 85. And so as we approach and celebrate those milestones, we have to recommit ourselves to a people-centered model of development. And that is why the political organizations that have come out of Barbados since the 1940s, I would say. But in our case, 1938, but the Conservative Party was around for a little while. But since 38, but the Conservative Party predated 38. Since 38, the political institutions, the political organizations have practiced democratic socialism, a recognition that there are elements of liberal democracy that we practice, but it is always people-centered. And our growth as a country, our development as little Barbados, punching, as Kofi Annan said, above its weight, has been as a result of our people-centered focus on development. And we must continue that. The human element must always be present. And so, organizations that seek to take shortcuts with respect to ensuring that those who work contribute to the social security system, we have to make sure that that becomes a thing of the past. And the Honourable Member for St. George North is correct. We have started to do some work. We've established the Self-Employed Persons Unit, a separate unit, as she's indicated, and we actually have people as we speak in the field right across Barbados, going from hairdresser to hairdresser, mechanic to mechanic, baker to baker, going from place to place, encouraging, even though it is law, but we are encouraging people to join the Social Security scheme. Because as I said earlier, if you live long enough, you will need the protection that is offered by a Social Security scheme. The matter of ensuring that there is coverage is therefore a human matter. We have to make sure that when people get to pensionable age, that they can get a pension. That is the first order of business. The first order of business is not technically, even though this is the foundation, not technically to keep the scheme solvent, but it has to be solvent. But the first order of business is to recognize that people need protection. There are vulnerable people who need to be protected, and the state, if the state is to fulfill its duty, if a state and the presence, the existence of a state is to make sense, then it has to be protecting the people, particularly vulnerable people. A person who reaches 65, 6, 7, 68, 70, whenever it is that they decide to stop work, will need to be protected because they need to eat. They still need to live. And Social Security is what will keep them. And so the matter of costs, as raised by the Honourable Member, is not an issue in my books at all. The cost of ensuring that a person who reaches 68 can buy bread, biscuits, sardines, and corned beef is a cost that a nation, that businesses and employers must be willing to pay. If you are not willing to put people in a position that at 68 they can buy some food and some toothpaste and a toothbrush, then you shouldn't be existing in this country. This country must, Mr. Speaker, become hostile to anybody who does not like people. It must become hostile to those who do not like people. And so the matter of making sure that everybody is covered is one, a challenge raised by the Honourable Member for St. George North. It is a challenge that I accept on behalf of the ministry that I have the honour to lead, the ministry responsible for labour, but the ministry also responsible for social security. We will ensure, as we work, I made some notes. The Honourable Member has indicated the form that she expects this to be rolled out and put into place. a tripartite technical committee. When I heard that, I almost thought, because I've chaired a number of these at the ILO, when I heard it, I started to think, shoot, more work. But then she said, chaired by an independent, so I felt a little bit more comfortable. But everything we do, Mr. Speaker, is done in a tripartite way. We always engage employers and workers, organizations in our development of policy. And so I accept the proposal that the honourable member has made. We have to ensure that, as the honourable member has said and as is stated in the resolution, that social security follows the person. And I spent a lot of time on speaking about the humanity of our workers, because it is important to differentiate between the human being and the job that the human being is assigned to do at any particular point in time. It is necessary to make that differentiation. We are here in this honourable chamber representing people. We are here representing people. There is no truck in St. Peter that voted for me. There is no campground that voted for me. There is no restaurant in Spikestown that voted for me. The 3,100 and some number of votes that I got represented individual human beings. Now, some of them may have owned restaurants or campground or something like that, but it was the human being. And so when we are in this place, we are concerned about human beings. We are balanced. We recognize that for human beings to feel fulfilled, they will have to earn, they also will have to contribute to the development of the country. That contribution will either be on their own, or that contribution could be as a part of somebody's organization. But we are very clear, Mr. Speaker, that that contribution must first and foremost recognize the human being, and after that, recognize that human being's contribution to the organization, to themselves and their families and their communities, and their contribution to national development. We will not be waiting for any perfect time to protect people. We will not wait for a perfect period to protect people. I think that is very clear. I have not demonstrated that waiting for a perfect time as I dealt with any of the legislation I brought to this honourable chamber. I have not demonstrated that with respect to the national minimum wage. We do not believe that the rain should be falling and you should wait for some appropriate time before you run and put an umbrella over the person's head. Once the rain starts to fall, once you realize that the rain is starting to fall, you run out with the umbrella and put it over their heads. That is the position not just of this minister. That is the position of the Barbados Labour Party forming the government of this country. We are happy to receive this resolution. We are happy for the tradition that it upholds, the tradition of the trade union movement working with the political organization to advance the cause of workers. We accept this resolution in that vein. We recognize the value that it brings and the value that it will contribute to humanizing, to continuing the work to humanize our society. We take it also recognizing the time. We approach 60, we approach 5, and I say we because the Barbados Workers' Union was birthed out of this political organization. We approach 85. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have the high honor of indicating our strong support for this resolution. I commit on behalf of my ministry that we will start to work with the Barbados Workers' Union to put the mechanisms in place that will realize what we both, political party and trade union, want to achieve at the end of the day: the protection of the people, the working people of this country. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I strongly support, strongly endorse the resolution, private member's resolution, brought by the Honourable Member for St. George North, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union, and I commend it to this House. I also commend it to the people of this country. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Sir, I beg to move that further consideration of the resolution be deferred.
The question is that further debate on this resolution be deferred. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution is deferred. Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Sir, with that, we've come to the end of the business for today. I beg to move that this House be adjourned until the 8th of May.
What date you coming out?
The 8th of May, Friday the 8th of May at 10 in the forenoon. I beg to move the suspension of the chamber for 10 minutes, sir.
Okay.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended for 10 minutes. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended for 10 minutes. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Sir, I beg to move the suspension of the chamber until 1:40 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 1:40 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This chamber stands suspended until 1:40 p.m. You already know this. You already know this. You already know it. This sitting is resumed.
Recommittal of government notices, sir.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill 2026.
Recommittal of first readings.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill 2026 be read a first time.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read a first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Government business review.
East.
Mr. Speaker, with that, we have come to the end of business for today, and I beg to move the adjournment of the House until the 8th of May at 10 a.m. in the forum.
At which time you will be debating
At which time we will be debating the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill 2026.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Friday, the 8th day of May 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Friday, the 8th day of May 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.